Don't need to be so pushy about it. I know you're excited for the, day 3.
I pushed a button.
I know you're excited for
Look, there's
day
one
3
voice I like doing this entire thing, and that's Jake Marshall. And that's that, partner. So what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, I did hit them with the
You're
orb
my
of confusion.
Wonderwall.
No, I hit them with the orb of confusion, Emma.
Oh. Scientifically speaking, of course, what is that?
It's an orb of confusion. It causes confusion.
That
I thought
was fake.
You're like 16. I thought you kids liked SpongeBob still.
Nope.
Oh. Anyways. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Oh, if it isn't the murder expert herself, Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I wasn't murdering someone else, but I was plotting it.
Ooh.
I hope they didn't hold you
mind
too
me
long for
asking.
questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. I'm still a college student, you see.
Are you coming on to me?
No, I thought it was well established. I only had eyes for Mia. In an admiration
I am terrible
sense.
at social cues. So, how'd it go?
I think I aced it.
Oh.
It says,
The
Mr.
police said, this is exactly what we need. So I think I aced it.
It says, Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? Scientifically speaking, of course.
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky, we found trace of evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're gonna have to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car, scientifically speaking, of course.
Wow, this is one messed up trial that we're getting the recap for because we know how long this fucking court case is.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe that the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things and strong and handsome and even though he doesn't know what's going on himself, scientifically speaking, of course.
And that's an admirable trait.
Well, look it, we ball. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Ooh boy, things are getting wild from the get-go.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir, I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Open and shut case, let him fry.
Alright, well,
Wasn't Lana.
Lana, innocent.
Meekins, dead.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I was the one who did it, sir. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You got to believe me, sir. Sir, I'm what we call part of the younger generation, sir. The worst generation is a word, sir.
Oh, you're Monkey D. Meekins.
A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend, sir.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. After all, I'm part of the generation wants to do what they're told to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Scientifically speaking, of course.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious line on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
Yo, wouldn't this just technically be self-defense?
Yeah, but Japanifornia doesn't differentiate.
Oh, okay. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's Meekins' family motto, sir.
I see. And you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more information to work with. Let me just evidence that I got. Thank you, Tim Allen.
You're welcome.
Oh, I can't spray him with this. Like a cat with a spray bottle. Now on the security screen. Suddenly attacked. I fought for my life and I did it. Did what? What do you mean when you said you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. Oh god, he's
really
Chie's father.
Ask. Trial of the Dragon!
Ah! The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I admire Brock and his inability to use his eyes but see everything. I see. Must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yeah?
He punched me right in the face, sir! Suspicious man. In order to block the evidence room, you need an ID card, right? Precisely, sir! I have one right here around my neck! So then, your ID number should be on the list here, right? There it is! I found it! The one right here!
Would you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! It's 498-9596! That's my number, sir! That's actually a fairly easy number to remember. Like, lucky you.
Yeah, a lot easier than the other one.
Mm-hmm. I see, but number 4989596 is shown as being used twice!
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir! That's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Mr. Meekins, you work in General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! Yikes. Now that's scary.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime. Which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir!
What a fucking dumb job. The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir! A lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir! I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir!
I see. Sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were many people running around. Then I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
Suspicious man. Okay, yeah. My bad. I forgot I did.
Deja vu? I have pressed this statement before.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A key knife!
Detective Goodman pulled the knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You're not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir! I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just keep your cool, your hand wouldn't be.
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed this man by his collar. And then I beat his ass.
Oh.
And then I passed out.
I had a popsicle.
What time did you, wake up? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, yeah.
According to the report, the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. That's nice, I mean, it's nice that you're recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Why is it that tricks are for kids? I mean, was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief can't deliver it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief?
Delivered it?
Pizza? What is that, a videotape?
No, it's a sandwich, Your Honor.
I hope it's another one of those bento boxes.
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir.
Oh, I thought I was absolutely right, that was a bento box.
It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's a big mistake.
Edward, you're somehow on the hook for this again.
Yeah, how is it? Somehow that's gonna be your fault.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like the police are good as communicating as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Alright, teacher, bring out the CRT TV stand.
Wheels it in. Bill!
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes, we're watching Bill die.
Oh,
Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word. Murder, sir. It scares me.
You called yourself a professional killer.
Yeah, but not murder. Video of a real murder? What are we getting ourselves into?
here he comes. Watch out, boy, he'll chew you up.
Well,
Looks like Meekins is the murder victim.
yeah.
I mean, he's in the I just lost a Pokemon battle.
No, he's in the fucking, I tried to make a phone call in a phone booth pose.
No. Oh, I believe we're all thinking the same thing here.
Why do kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
I'm an adult and I fucking love that.
I mean, fucking same. Like, legit, next time mom and dad are sending me something, I'm asking them, send me some Cinnamon Toast Crunch, because it's been forever since I've had it.
No, that's a good idea. You sure you don't want the Dragon Ball Z
The
Reese's?
Goku.
The Goku Reese's Puffs.
Yeah, but only if it has Piccolo on the back.
I have one. I have a Vegeta one.
Oh, it's Vegeta now? I thought it was
Yeah,
Frieza before.
I bought another box.
Oh god, your Pop-Tart addiction has changed to Reese's Puffs.
No, I haven't eaten it in like 5 days. I bought another box because I was like having a little bit of it every few days. I'm like, I'll get another box just in case, and I haven't eaten it since.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not that much stuff like that I could have that's like, good snacking stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
no, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Judge. I'm just
How
like,
can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred with it? What the fuck kind of line is that? Like, are we gonna start making out?
I feel like that line needed a second pass at the, localization team.
Yeah. What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Edgeworth, language!
I know what I said.
That reminds me when I was in fucking 10th grade, we had to write, like, a quick short story, and I shit you not, my teacher fucking, like, docked me 5 points because I used the word hell.
That reminds me.
It's like, what the fuck?
We had to do something like that and read it out loud to the people. It's one of the special needs kids volunteered,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, we're given the prompt like, I was driving and this person cut me off and almost got into an accident, and he started, driver hit me off. That asshole! And the teacher's like, we're done. The teacher's like, we're done.
I mean, he understood the assignment, though.
I would say, in my eyes, he's correct.
Yes. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this is not going smoothly?
No, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. In the evidence room in some sort of, okay, cut me off, asshole. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly and complete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir! His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir! I mean, he opened his locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do! The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must mean no one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman.
Or his evil twin brother, Detective Badman.
Badminton! I love that game!
No, Badmen. Bad men. Not badminton, Your Honor.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. Spot the liar with Detective Jenks. That's where I have to start.
What? Does this do anything for you? If I were to show you this, what would you have to say?
Face can't be clearly seen in the video. Ha! Hold it! What do you mean it can't be seen? Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? The face of the man who attacked you with a knife. So, sir, if you must label as people I've seen or not seen this man's face, I would be classified as the latter? The latter, but you were standing right in front of him, weren't you?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. He had a knife. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. That's a bit more common in Japan. But,
I'll say, honestly, I think I intimidate people by making only direct contact.
You just... I know what you mean, Cole, but I'm just imagining you just, like, staring them down, like, gradually inching closer towards them. When
Well,
you're
it doesn't
talking.
help, I also T-pose.
Oh, yeah, I mean, dude, that intimidates anyone. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'll bet my badge on it. But there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. Oh, yeah? You don't know for sure, do you? You never actually saw his face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label it as seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to
You're on
label
the
your
witness
stairs as disturbing or...
Just took a drink of water, goddammit. Meekness.
Yeah!
Oh my god! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim that the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
Tell you why? I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do so. Oops. About those lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. Well, that and Bing Crosby, but you know.
Wait, you mean if you just start singing Bing Crosby, they open?
No, but I mean actual Bing Crosby, in person.
When was this attempted?
This was attempted back in...
I demand to know.
1982.
We had fingerprint technology in 1982?
No, we had lockers in 1982.
So, Bing Crosby can open the lockers.
Yes!
How?
Why, he walks up and opens them, sir.
He... but he does... Meekins, fuck you. Just had an aneurysm. Stupid.
Wonder what other methods he tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Or, Your Honor, he was cringe.
Oh, that's incredibly based of you, Phoenix.
Yeah. Women, am I right, Judge?
Fuck him.
Exactly my point, sir, and this too!
Exactly my point, sir. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Locker was a Goodman, sir. How do you know this information? I heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? Oh, workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
But can you also verify?
Gumshoe.
Can you also verify Meekin's romantic troubles?
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir! If I might say something, sir!
Please do, after all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir! I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir! My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir!
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
Yes, much like my hips, sir!
That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
There a problem with it? There must be a problemo.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Range?
Contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman!
What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense
Do the chicken dance. Nothing more.
Oh.
What do you say, Your Honor? I'll take that as a no.
No. Point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
I don't think that's Officer Meekins. He would want me to point it out, point out the contradiction that I claim was there that only I could see. You would want me to do my job.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Wright, do your fucking job.
Me and my...
Inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, I will play it one time. If you can't find the contradiction, then you're in timeout.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video.
I know how to use a VCR, Emma. It's
It's a
2015,
DVD
who
player.
doesn't have
It's
one?
actually Blu-ray.
It's
Just
2000.
take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing, dumbass.
Please don't play too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How do you ever become a cop?
Well then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us.
Alright.
There it is! That's not Goodman! That's not good.
Frame by frame. Das Club. That thing that's strange about this video has got to be this!
Yeah, that is strange. Something unnatural about it. What could it mean?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright. But you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise.
The point?
What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates that man may not be Detective Goodman.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I almost walked right into the defense's trap.
I'll place him under arrest, sir! Rats, I need to slow down and actually do something with my job. Play the video again. Yeah. He had blood on his shoulder, but he didn't. The thing that's strange would have to be, this?
Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. I don't get it.
You mind if I borrow your eye meds?
Don't look at me with those bleary eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Okay, let's look at...
Alright, we're gonna go slow motion.
Wait,
What?
stop it. Go back.
Oh yeah, the
Why is
light's
the
on.
light on?
Yeah. I forgot that the whole thing is like, oh, the lights are on. Only when?
Yeah.
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this! Officer Meekins. Sir! Do you mean me, sir?
No, the other fucking Meekins.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Oh, sorry.
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab a handle, a sensor reads your fingerprints. If it's a match, a fire alarm goes off,
Oh.
the light
That's
turns
it.
on, and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir! If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little bit earlier. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's lit!
That's right, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah!
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know! It must have broken down! Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. Isn't that right, Phoenix?
No idea, sir.
Shut up, novice. So then, Mr. Novice, do you have an explanation?
Me? Your Honor?
No, the other novice. Yeah, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me? Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Well, scientifically speaking, of course, maybe something like jam the system sensor. Scientifically, of course.
Something jammed the sensor. Say. Something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Alright, well, let's inspect the video again.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's this lad here.
No.
No?
No. Doesn't the glove fall out?
Yeah, but...
When you open-
Oh, yeah.
Because the glove would jam the locker. Yeah. I guess maybe, like, when it's, like, initially... it's fucking Skrillex. Wub, 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 wub.
I'm waiting for the glove beat to drop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. This is what we came for. This is
It's time to do step. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Yeah, we saw you playing it like you're a fucking DJ, Phoenix. Wasn't funny after the first time. God, I wish I could speed this up because I literally just sat through this.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
Well, I mean, Your Honor, this is a CCTV. It's all in black and white, so it's, you know. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opening. I fall out and roll great distance when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure that that item was completely in the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 or 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get on my troller vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
How do you function? But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene,
There just might have been something that fits the description, like a glove. Sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out.
very well. Defense, please present the relevant evidence.
Here's the videotape. Look at it again with your fucking eyes. There's like literally no doubt that it's a glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag.
Of
Video se-
course, a tag.
The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to it. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir.
I could have opened that locker.
Will? When did you get here?
Order! I have lots of spare time. So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more.
Oh yeah? Then where's his body?
In the video, he is standing.
Yeah, but where's his dead body?
That's the thing. Was he truly dead?
So what you're saying is that Meekins didn't kill him there? Because it might not
No,
have been
but
him.
Lana still killed Bruce Goodman.
But it sounds like he died in the evidence room.
But he didn't. Clearly, that wasn't Bruce Goodman.
But you're saying it was.
Well, Shut up. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir. I'm not sure
No,
what you're
the
referring
other
to, sir.
Meekins.
Oh, the other Meekins. Let me get him.
What?
Yeah, what you
There's
want?
another Meekins. What? Who are you?
Meekins.
There's two of you?
Yeah.
Are you related?
Nah.
Good for you. Get the other Meekins back here.
Alright. So, did he give you anything you wanted, Edgeworth?
Shut up, Meekins.
Okay, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. When I went to Arby's to get you your cheddar melt, sir. All because there was no Burger King around. Edgeworth likes Burger King? Oh God, he's got no. Oh God, no, Edgeworth.
Is it wrong to want onion rings? And sorry that I like a grilled burger instead of one cooked on a flat top. Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple Whopper. At BK, have it your way. You rule!
Is this a joke?
No, I love Burger King, right?
Okay.
Give me my crown. Ah, yes. It's good to be the king.
Okay, well, very well. Begin your testimony.
There's one thing that proves this man was Detective Goodman, sir. To use the evidence room, you must use their ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the night of the crime, the detective had to use a card.
An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
Actually, I have it, bitch.
Why do you... Give it back!
No.
Judge! Phoenix stole my ID card record.
No, I have my own copy. You just seem to have lost yours.
No. Fuck you, Phoenix. I'm not gonna play with you on the swing set. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's identification. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. You really like Burger King?
Yeah, I know.
Why is that so hard to believe? It's superior to McDonald's.
Robert Downey Jr. literally quit drugs because he had such a dogshit burger from Burger King.
And how is that my problem? I'm sorry, while you get your Big Mac on, I'll have the superior, meatier version, the Whopper.
We're in Japan-California. You could just go up and ask for a double Big Mac.
Why? How does that help?
More
The
meat.
structural integrity just gets worse.
Nah, more meat.
But double the meat and sauce, less bread, the structural integrity will not hold.
Nah, man. More meat.
Why are you just saying, nah, man, no meat? That doesn't do anything.
More
Are you
meat.
stupid?
Or I could go and get a double cheeseburger. You know, 4
That's
patties.
wonderful. This means nothing to me. I can get a double at a Burger King as well.
Nah, you can only get a double at In-N-Out. I can get a double cheeseburger.
I could get double wherever I damn well pleased. Do you know who I am? I'm Miles fucking Edgeworth.
Yeah, and apparently you got shit taste if you eat at Burger King every day.
Oh yeah, I don't eat every day.
Several hundred cases prove that you do.
I hate you.
Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal.
Sorry, for some reason my TV turned on in the other room.
Why were there so few people using this room?
It's simple, Your Honor. They were all at Burger King trying to get Edgeworth out of there.
What do you mean they're all trying to get me out of there?
Yeah? You were too busy at Burger
So
King.
what? I win the award. I can't enjoy a victory meal at the superior burger chain?
I mean, why would you celebrate at a fast food joint?
Look, so I didn't have a lot of time. It's a cheap option, and I just was in the mood. Is that a crime, right?
Judge, can we move to make it a crime?
Fuck it, we ball. I'm down.
I just don't see how this is relevant to the case at hand.
And that's how we killed the bitch.
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases? Like what?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Then why does Detective Gumshoe have a locker there?
Because he's police staff.
But violent cases involving police staff.
Oh, well, because he killed a guy.
Oh. Like, in self-defense?
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Scientifically speaking, of course.
Same, but, you know, that doesn't make a difference with me.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared out by noon.
Right. I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
Alright. One thing that proves, use their ID cards. Record of it, timing. I know we gotta present the whole, this.
Let's see, what is it?
This is Mystery Man 2.
I guess, can you go from start to finish of the thing again?
Yeah.
I might have an idea.
There's one thing
There's
that
one thing that proves that was Ace Goodman. Okay.
must use their ID card.
Yeah.
ID card, there's a record of it.
Okay.
And time of the crime, the detective used his card.
Did you already press on all of these?
No, I didn't, but that's what I was going to do.
Yeah.
Because it's plainly obvious I need to say, yeah, he lost his card. So unlike earlier, believe your testimony to be rock solid this time, do you?
Oh, wait. If that's the case, then you just present the lost item report to the last statement.
That's kind of what I was getting at, but I was going to press anyway, but...
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, so, sir. My hand was around the bandages. I'd even get a V for victory sign, sir.
Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let him cook.
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
Must use your ID card. Is a card hanging from your next one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. The one next to my cuff, sir. I gave it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keep it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of the car? Well, there are many times my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I'll leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
A record of it? Let me know that the record, this is the record, or witness referred to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor. I killed him.
No, that prosecutor guy. Hey, maybe he's behind all this being a prosecutor. He can hide the evidence. Mommy, is man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him.
Don't stare at him!
You've got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences.
Later at the meeting.
I
Edward-
am so sorry!
You should be. We found 12 bags of Burger King wrappers back there.
I love the onion ring Whopper combination.
That might be true, but there was only one bag of onion rings there.
Recycled the rest?
Oh! So you took those bags out, but left the rest behind like some sort of raccoon.
Well, I didn't want people to stare if I brought out 12 bags all at once. So I was gonna do like, one at a time.
And you only brought out the onion rings, and instead
Well,
left,
I didn't want that's much more discreet.
and you left 36 Whopper wrappers behind.
Those 37, but...
And that's somehow worse. And each Whopper had a different set of ingredients on it. There was no Whopper that had the exact same set. If you like everything, why do you not...
have it your way. And my way changes. I want to have it. Sometimes I like to experiment. Sorry that variety is the spice of life. But now let's continue with the cross-examination.
Poor
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him loving Burger King.
Yeah, it's really pathetic. Crime who used his card? Oh yeah? Earlier I believe that you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he stabbed you. Yes sir, you didn't show me any ID card, sir! Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all you had to do was show it to you. Then there wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. And maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions, blah 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 blah. Not like everyone could miss something like this. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir! I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office.
I forgot there was another crime.
Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present.
He's pulling his cock out.
It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
It shows the detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right?
Can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Oh,
Order! Order! So now what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response?
Well, do you?
no. I have only one thing to say to the defense.
And?
Bravo, Mr. Wright. It's time to get my Whopper on.
What is with everyone
That's
and
right.
eating like animals?
I can eat a Whopper in 2 bites.
I mean, it's impressive that you can eat a Whopper at all.
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument.
Burger King sucks.
That Burger King sucks, and that evidently any other place is better. Well, I don't know what the fuck a Culver's is, but it can go to hell. In-N-Out, I'm sorry, I didn't. That's what the food's gonna do. Go right out of you, cause it's so shite. Anyways, at 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yeah. What was he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. it's supposed to
That
be
is...
instant.
Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't gonna end well.
Well, well, well. It seems you finally realized that Burger King is superior.
No, I just realized...
Exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. At the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Ah!
I saw the murder too. Nobody asked me to testify.
I can't do that. I'm the defense. Only the prosecution could call witnesses, apparently.
Evidently so, Phoenix.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all the trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something else, or Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get out of this mess? Just so I don't have to go through all that again. Let them cook! Better pace myself. If I rush ahead, I might rush into another trap.
But Mr. Wright, if you don't do anything...
It seems the defense is out of ammunition.
The surrender flag has been raised.
Oh, you're surrendering, Edgeworth?
No, you are. Your Honor, may we have your ruling now? Don't give up, Mr. Wright. Get up and fight.
I had to let myself cook for a minute.
Sorry, I zoned out. What?
I'm sorry, I was thinking about going to Wendy's after this. Gonna get myself a Baconator.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
This court will examine this further. Other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean?
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness, because apparently now I can request witnesses.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Gumshoe!
Mr. Wright, we are not bringing him to the stand. I've never seen a more obvious stall tactic in my entire career. That man is an idiot.
Mr. Wright, don't you remember what you said this morning? You know, about your Donald Trump card?
Yeah, but I mean, it's Gumshoe. You know, like, hey,
How is that-
pal, how's it going? Yeah.
What is he gonna prove?
Oh, I just want him for support. Oh. My bad. To testify. Really? He's 22?
Interesting.
33? $65 and still working.
Good for him.
Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
Why not? Can't let him know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Oh, sweet. We can make some minute rice.
And I can go to Burger King.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
That means no Burger King, Edgeworth.
I can eat a Whopper in 2 bites.
Again, I'm surprised he can eat a Whopper in the first place.
Why is that so surprising? It's superior!
Court is now in recess.
Everybody in this fucking courtroom has no taste.
Look, Edgeworth, it's fine that you like Burger King, but claiming that it's good, it's like... I like shitty movies, man, but I don't claim that they're good. Just some, food for thought there. Alright, buddy? There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out.
Lana! You're the one who knows everything! You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't ever recall asking for his protection. What is he? The mob?
You did, though.
I said I wouldn't turn it down, but I did not ask.
Oh, you're one of those tsunderes, aren't you?
No. Also, no dairy.
Oh, so you're just a bitch.
So you're just a bitch. What?
Yeah, you're just a bitch.
How can you be so cold?
Also, no dairy.
Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
See, I told it was a good idea to call him.
I'm your emotional support police officer. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later, pals.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? It's getting way too heavy here, man.
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
Oh, you don't need to apologize. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh, you mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?
Never in a million years would I would have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor. We're a witness in that case.
This guy was a witness? The Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago.
And his brother, Mo Light.
Oh, fuck.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders.
Yeah, it's a miracle that Lucky Charms guy got out of that situation unscathed. We lost the crazy bird, though.
Oh, what, now that I've brought your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me, pal?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, the SL9 incident. Is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Darky killings.
The Joe Darky? No, Lana. That's over with. No!
Emma, wait. She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering around the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersection when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You're in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No, paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
He just starts speaking Shakespearean.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yeah, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint activated locks. What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
Not very helpful.
He's not that good with machines. Or with following orders.
I mean, he literally admitted to drinking on the job at a nearby bar.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Drives to the device. Alright, just start pressing everything. I like to keep an eye on the evidence room.
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, felt like I was erasing part of my life.
He's got a flirt for dramatic, but it's not going to do him any good. So you actually don't enter the evidence room like physically. You just like spiritually project yourself. Gotcha. You made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you hear a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime?
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in that evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Tenure, bitch.
It's gotta be this. Right. He's not on there. I'm gonna double check, make sure. I'm just gonna go through and make sure I press everything before I start doing anything else, because otherwise I'm wasting my time. So you used to be a detective and now you're used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course, back in my day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, then, okay, can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
What were you doing in a place like that, at a saloon?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat the parlor's Vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us? You abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this at least taught you a lesson.
Eat tacos, yep. That's strange. It's usually where Edward says.
I'd rather have Burger King.
Did you not want to raise this year? Not, I'd rather have Burger King. Out of ammo. Officer Marshall, out of ammo.
That's right, partner, or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
Yeah, but Officer Marshall, I have a question. Why would cowboys ride off into the sunset? Because that just means they're gonna have to, like, make camp in like an hour. They may as well have just, you know, stayed in town and rested in a bed there instead of being all dramatic.
Who asked you?
I mean...
That's right. Nope.
I thought it was my turn to interrogate the witness. I thought this was court participation day.
sorry. I didn't remember asking your opinion. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take order from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently superiors don't. Alright, have a trump card, I got it. No?
Didn't he say he was at the street side saloon at the time of the crime?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the fingerprints? Because, like, they're bloodied?
Right.
It was bloody, wasn't it?
True.
Let's try it here. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So fucking smart.
I just figure it's like, oh, I didn't make my patrol that day. Well, we have your fingerprints. I wasn't there.
Oh,
well, I have your
It
fingerprints.
also makes
Like, they
sense.
both would
What
make
else?
sense.
Both would make sense.
But the game says, no, that doesn't make enough sense. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime?
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a large trail behind at the scene.
Oh, did I forget to wipe? Oh, never mind.
Oh, you wiped all right. Your bloody handprint.
Oh yeah, don't want to leave blood. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were coated in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
Blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Mr. Officer Marshall,
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
huh?
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About that blood-stained fingerprint.
Wrong person. Edward, why are you texting?
Oh shit! About that, the blood-stained fingerprints. Why does it show Jake Marshall when Edward's talking? It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints.
Well, I
Actually,
know Will Powers could have been fucking talking there.
that
About the blood-stained fingerprints.
Found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room.
actually, that's Wendy Oldback talking right now.
Well, yeah, like I say, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the
Evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
How do you know he's wearing gloves?
I was there, fuck.
The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine.
He's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it! Don't have anything that proves it was... Let me just read this real quick just to get an idea. Alright. How do you know he's wearing gloves? That's the first thing. How do you know?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion.
Can't let us go out of this one. I mean, like... but it was a different... Right? Yeah. It's all different. Takes less time to load than it does.
Did you press all the statements?
I didn't. That's...
I would just try that.
Yeah. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your specs once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I used still. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprints data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay.
Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards.
Hmm.
There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape.
So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yeah, Your Honor. How do we know? What do you mean by that?
Sorry, one second. You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Well, that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present. Please do so now.
Fuck, I don't think there's evidence.
There has to be. Fuck it, just
Yeah, I'm
play
just
the
looking to see.
video.
I'm just looking to see what we got.
The evidence.
Like, I mean, I agree, we gotta, but fuck, I don't think that, like... I'm glad we had that fucking close-up. Wow.
Yes. Excellent.
Amazing. And I can't speed that up, so I'd have to watch it at normal speed, which... thinks he's a cowboy.
It doesn't think he is.
Yeah. He rode with Dutch. Yeah, there's gotta be something. But again, just because saving is often or reloading is faster than spamming through dialogue. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Oh, then let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I
know
got
what
it.
is. Yeah. Bingo bongo.
Yep. Bringing our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll not soon forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Are we gonna have to watch through the entire fucking thing again? No, thank God.
The locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe.
Oh, let's rewind a little bit.
Oh, the white cloth! It's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation.
It's a ghost.
Fuck, it could be ghosts. I didn't think of that. No, it wasn't ghosts. It was vampires. No, I mean, it was Officer Marshall. You were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened it? Now prove it.
With the locker.
A fingerprint sensor?
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner. No!
Order! Witness, explain yourself!
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now please tell us what you're doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay!
Hey, please answer the question.
Was he now a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
Have a look at the floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
Seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall? He was clearly Meekins! Nah, he was here. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory.
Your
What?
chamber's empty, partner. Better reload.
They're ganging up on me. Where Officer Marshall was, Meekins should have seen the evidence. Oh, what? It's the only place you could.
I guess it has to be the V then.
I guess, but it's like. I mean, I guess because he's in front, but then.
No, you know what? Technically, yeah, because he was there. Meekins was at work because in this
They're implying.
in this scenario, Meekins is the killer.
Yes, but it's so unclear, and they've been bouncing back and forth on that between my point and their point, to the point that it's like, why would Wright claim that Meekins was the killer when we're saying he is the killer? At this point, it would have been better to say Meekins and then either Goodman or question mark. Would have been more clear. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
But that's where the victim Detective Goodman was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up as like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out that, though that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman, he also testified about the man's reaction when he confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I showed him his car. Sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? Respond. He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had his ID card. Why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it. Oh, fuck.
If he had shown that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who shouldn't take the desert heat. Who couldn't take the desert heat.
You shouldn't take it either.
Yeah, shouldn't take it. Should leave in the desert.
This can't be happening. It's obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
Return to monkey. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. Box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
Oh, what do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to do that.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. The video's my only shot. They were really proud of having that 3D modeling for the DS game for the video front.
I was too. I was also proud of it. Me, Will Powers. But the white cloth. Yada 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 yada.
Show us why.
Well, maybe because he got blood all over it.
Yep. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet.
Yet.
However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and that white coat we were using was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
What are you, British, Judge? You couldn't just walk out like that.
Look, man, I'm constantly having to go between a dying old man,
No,
British
no,
man,
that's not what
and
I was doing.
fucking Southern.
That's
It's hard, okay?
That's not what I was getting at.
It's
So,
hard.
a bloody white
hard.
coat!
Okay, I'm gonna say it's fucking hard. It's fucking. Sometimes it just happens.
I get you. I just
I'm talking to myself here.
Same. It's just the phrasing, his phrasing for that. Oh, bloody white coat!
Bloody white coat. Down at the old chippy. Oi, bruv.
Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall. He's impersonating him.
Okay.
He's impersonating. Definitely didn't fuck up.
Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth.
No, that was the judge there, actually.
Fuck you. 2 years ago. If you were only as half as persistent than as you are today. And we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
That was way too much blood for such a small donation. Why did you have to do it? When
I
you
said
say
I
it,
just did.
you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
SL9.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I...
Stole it. Why did you disguise yourself as Goodman?
It didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool... Oh, fuck. So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have
Edgeworth, you okay? You having a stroke?
too many whoppers. You wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because of a rubber glove that just so happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I don't think anyone would actually come in during that time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a once-in-a-million type of person. Staking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little bit more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
That's what I mean, like when did he just decide everyone's fucking salaries?
Right?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I'm speechless.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and...
So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I don't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat with your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone with the
That time you don't even have the excuse of it panning to the wrong character.
I know. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
He was waking up every 5 minutes, crying and shitting everywhere?
Pardon?
That's what babies sleep like, dude.
It's a figure of speech.
Yeah, it's a terrible
Ass. Yeah, and you're terrible too. No one asked you.
So what you're saying is, on that day...
one. Was it a murder? The blood found at this crime scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country after all.
Boxers or briefs?
I don't wear any.
Free ball, and I respect that. I have another question, though.
Alright. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said. This isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
Witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Can't forget the SL9. Why? That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Darkey was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Darkey case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me.
Yeah. Why his last name was different from his brother, Walter White.
We also pinned him. We're gonna pin him for a crime, but... something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
So why is he concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present with the real reason. Yeah, I mean, because your brother was murdered. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
No, that's my friend, Sokka, who has been doing that.
R.I.P. to a real one.
Mm-hmm. I've read the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. A list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. Two years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed.
But people die
And
when
the
they're
case
killed.
fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Darkey. My brother fought Joe Darkey and was killed. That was the first time Darkey left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Darkey. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never ceases to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? There's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examine the incident at the police department today.
But
There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems... I was too ahead of myself. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
Oh! Well, that wasn't
I
a word.
rest my case.
It seems this trial's reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on this security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana's guilt.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Hold it!
Your Honor, wait!
Emma?
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection.
What did you do with
Scientifically speaking,
Jake
of course.
Marshall?
I pushed him aside.
Oh. Oh, I see he's on the ground there. Man, that's pathetic,
Partner.
Jake.
She hit me in the nads, partner.
I guess
Why'd
that's
she hit me in the nads?
because she heard you were freeballing.
Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, I guess?
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Scientifically speaking, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Darkey killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime.
Oop.
You
I
mean
actually
the
double-tapped.
traces of blood? I know you did. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No!
What?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
And I'm just Ken. Anywhere else I'd be a 10. Sorry. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Oh boy.
Thumbs up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more of use. But still... If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yeah,
Fuck.
Your Honor. If I ever need country, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. Handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yeah, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on here?
Yeah, something that when drawn, completely changed the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. There's no badger!
Yeah, there's no badger. What about that piece of plywood?
The blue badger, mascot of police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the scene of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right, so long as the blue badger is dancing here, it'd be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
So, that means, just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put him there.
Mr. Wright, think it through Scientifically, of course.
Emma?
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker.
That must mean this blood mark was left before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched bladderdash in my court.
Balderdash.
Oh, still fucking weird.
This may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, which a little bit of blood fell, trivial amount. Problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that
Oh, sorry.
prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who is posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth said must be presented?
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that allows that. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this.
Take that!
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to have entered it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card. Oh, the ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought in the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, it would be
4:40 p.m. Oh! Oh! Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Guys, do you think it takes 10 minutes to clean up a murder scene?
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card that has numbers remains. 7777777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
There's nothing about this beforehand, so he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP! Find out whose ID number is 777777.
There's one 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to acquire into such a person's identity.
But that's ridiculous! Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted,
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. Not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Llama.
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident? I'm sorry, SL-9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Lana!
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we are the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I am Batman.
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No! Order! Order! Order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir that the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued.
Dun 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 dun.
Banner down. Let's just try and rush through this so we can have the trial for next time, just because the trial's going to take for fucking ever.
Uh-huh. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. It is what it is. We did what we had to do in order to get him the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew what the SL9 incident was just another name for. The Joe Darkey killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Joe Darkey convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Darkey's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Wait, do we know it's actually pronounced Joe Darkey, or is it like Joe Darkey?
I think it's Darkey. There's an E at the end for a reason.
True.
And K would be Q-U-E.
That's true. Still you, Emma.
Oh, when he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
His hand. But what do you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Darkey tried to kill me.
Why did he try to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yeah. I was a witness in the Joe Darkey trial.
I didn't see that one coming. So, allow me to poke and prod at your trauma that has only just started to heal because it was 2 years ago.
Naturally. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season.
It was a terrible day for rain.
I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. How bold to go into the prosecutor's office.
Right?
Like, holy fuck.
Go, not just that, but go into... I'm not sure if she was the head prosecutor at the time, but one of the lead prosecutors.
That's what I mean.
With the intent to murder.
Seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Darkey tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out, suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture? Quick, Emma. Put this USB in and we can, transfer it and print it out.
What?
Quick, open your mouth and let me put this USB inside.
I am a minor.
No, it's fine. It's literally just getting data.
I am not doing that.
Fine, I guess we won't solve this killings.
You're an idiot.
Scientifically speaking, the human brain is just a giant supercomputer.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't matter. It doesn't have a USB port, jackass.
Well, we could get one installed. What do you see when the answer to that crime occurred? Could have been anything bad.
Darkey knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
What was Lana Skye doing?
She was dragging Miles Edgeworth away from Burger King.
I get.
Miles, quit eating the crowns.
Gosh, so fucking good.
Why is everyone a fucking glutton in this case?
I don't remember what happened. When I came to, Lana was holding me in her arms.
Where am I? You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. That's gotta be a translating error instead of instance, right? Oh, it just sounds weird. Maybe it's fine.
I mean, it's fine, but like in that instant of the like saying what happened, I'm not sure either when, you know, Lana woke her up or when it came to the trial time. Either way.
I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
Years, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind.
I was going to join Cirque du Soleil.
Okay. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. Oh.
We both see. Thankfully.
See everything.
I think I'm starting to finally understand what makes this girl tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. What about after?
I don't remember the moment when Darky stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that? I see. Sounds like you were not useful in that case at all.
That's rich coming from you. How many times have your ass been saved in court? Oh wait, all of your cases. Literally Miles Edgeworth had to fucking convict someone for you when he was the prosecutor.
Yeah, well, you know. Luck is a skill.
You're a fraud, Phoenix.
And you're a minor.
Okay.
So it's rich being
No.
called a fraud from a minor.
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked.
Oh.
That must be why Lana... why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean you weren't attacked? You're gaslighting me too?
Mm-hmm. Good stuff, right?
I don't... Emma, I don't know what to say, but that's just vile. Making up being a victim of a crime? That'd be like if the fact that I was, you know, run over by O.J. Simpson in his white Bronco during the chase. If I had actually made that up, that'd be terrible.
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth? The Edgeworth? Or was it his dad?
Mhm.
No, his dad was dead.
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. And also, because this came out after all 3 games had been released, this is them retroactively explaining why the whole thing of him using fake evidence was never, you know, explained and cleared up in any of the sequel games. Like, oh yeah, we kind of dropped that thread.
It's true.
So let's tie it up here. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Well, no, he wasn't. He was involved in using falsified evidence, but not falsifying it himself.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
Must not have been able to face up to what you did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Then why would there be a serial killer running in there? Not only that, he's being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery. What do you mean there's no mystery there?
It's patently obvious you would think about it for just a half second, you maroon.
Joe Darkey had been taken in for questioning that day.
At the prosecutor's office!
No, he just chased him 30 minutes.
Not
to
the police station, not the
office.
detention center. The
No.
prosecutor's
What had happened
office.
was he broke out of the police department and he just chased him, which is normally a 30-minute drive on foot to the. And he ran into the prosecutor's office because he's like, "This is a good idea."
Taken for questioning by the police?
Of course, this happened at the police department.
Why does your sister have an office at the police department when she was a prosecutor? Like, this is falling apart.
He tried to run halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
I guess they just didn't lock the door. It's on the honor system.
I guess.
But why'd he run all the way to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
Why didn't you fucking tell me?
After the Joe Darkey case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
I don't think it's that simple to make such a drastic career change.
Yeah, you know, I don't think so either, but what do I know?
Lana used to be a detective and managed to pass the bar in a year, in like 5 minutes?
Yes.
Well, let's go detention. Yay.
Lana.
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Yeah.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, so why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Was she made chief prosecutor?
Believe me, I understand the risks.
I don't think you do.
All I'm saying is, if I were to run across someone and I thought they were, committing a crime, I'd shoot them dead 3 times and then plant a knife on them saying they were charging at me.
Why are we defending you again?
Because my sister would be sad if I died.
This is so fucking stupid.
Yeah, Phoenix, honestly, this is pretty shitty.
Yeah, Terry, I'm aware.
Mm-hmm. Like, all I'm saying is...
I like
there's
how
no
we've
such
swapped the roles of Phoenix and Terry. Alright.
She's, really proven that, there's no such thing as a good cop, huh?
Yeah, there really is no good cop in this good cop, bad cop situation. They're all just bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even really a cop. I just showed up in a uniform one day and they just assigned me and started paying me.
Wait, you're not a police officer, Terry?
Nah.
Where'd you even get the uniform?
At, Spirit Halloween.
Huh. Fooled me too.
Yeah.
Good on you, Terry.
Yeah, I'm not hurting anyone. I'm staying in my lane. And, this gun isn't even real. It has the red cap on the end.
Did you bring that yourself?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like I said, I just
Damn,
showed
police
up one
really
day
don't
and they
give
just
a-
assumed.
They really don't. They just don't give a fuck, do they?
No. At least I got a clean
Wow.
conscience. Unlike Miss faking evidence over there.
Yeah, she's going to jail.
Yeah. Hang her high. Let 'em swing.
Oh my god, Terry, she's right there.
Yeah? What's she gonna do about it?
Might forge evidence.
Phoenix gotta help me. I won't last a day in prison.
True.
You gotta get her convicted, man.
Alright, I'll do what I can to get that bitch convicted.
Alright, Lana. Emma told me about you. It took 3 days, but she finally told me something about you. About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Alright, I don't care about the trial. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
It really cut to me the moment I got up. She was amazing. A fucking stupid ass Emma. Shut up. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. Like, do you think I would look cool in those Elton John style glasses?
No.
Unfortunately,
Honestly, no, you wouldn't.
some things.
It's not your style. You have no grace. In fact, you have a funny face.
But I can handstand when I need to.
Okay? But those coconut guns. I don't know what the rest of it works.
If he shoots ya, you'll probably die.
They were the best team ever, and they solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was... Oh, that's you again.
Of course it fucking is, man. I just want to get my water in peace. To gain experience investigating crime scenes so you can use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
Well, revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
Can you shut the fuck up, Emma? I swear to God. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? Talking as much as fucking Lana. Really? I was just about to walk away. I believed in you, Lana. God, this bitch doesn't shut up. I believe that no matter what happened, you guys always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Alright, well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department, right?
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This bitch needs to stop talking. Tell me, like, you add nothing to these conversations.
Well, just get up and get your water, I'll cover for you.
Okay, thank you. Fuck.
Tell me it's not true, Lana.
Why is she fucking Dutch? Whatever, just go.
What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why didn't you follow the plan, Lana? Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Darky.
Second in command? So that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations.
They even had the same office?
Yes, we shared the same desk, too.
Oh wow, that's unfortunate.
And they were roommates.
But they actually were. We led a team on the best detective of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was. Jake Marshall, at Angel Star. The first time Marshall worked with his brother, he was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Darky was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. So we gave him a knife and let him run wild. That's when his final murder took place.
Why would you do that?
To get evidence. When he tried to murder
So
Emma.
you risked your sister's life for evidence.
Yeah, we were... The thing is, we expected him to run to the elevator where we had a training dummy there just set up looking like an old rich woman. We feared he would have tried to murder her instead. But he didn't fall for the bait.
That was your only plan.
It was foolproof, right?
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Darky.
You see, the first person who happened on the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Darky that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Darky must have accidentally panicked, so he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so.
It appears so.
Oh. God, I'm so
Wrong
used
guy.
to her not shutting the hell up.
I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Darky. When I first returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor, and I smelled the blood.
3 bodies.
Prosecutor Marshall, and the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Darky. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Darky had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What'd you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her outside of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her after all her sister might have gone through.
After that, I placed Darky under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Darky.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case might not just be over yet.
Emma was assaulted by Darky at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Dame Gant and I share. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the office there.
The final site of the final murder.
Alright, well, here. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking.
No one's here, not even to get a lunchbox for the judge.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where all the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15, but we did imply that there was a murder before then, so,
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
but instead it looks like we ended up making Lana look more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I gotta find all the answers by tomorrow!
Morrow.
To the policey!
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Officer Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning.
No No one ever told you life was gonna be this way?
No. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back.
They're gonna kill you there?
Yep, just like Joe Darky would.
Well,
I'll see you soon, Neil. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west?
gold. Money.
That's why I did. Evidence is as good as gold. There was a case I needed to know the truth about. It was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, do you mind telling us what exactly happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
The trial.
Something was fishy about that trial from beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean by fishy? Was it like trout? Or...
It just smelled like someone microwaved salmon, you know?
Ugh. Ugh.
In a public office, we don't have damn windows.
Ugh. Yikes.
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade kniffy with the broken tip?
That was Joe Darky's, alright. But, the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question?
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with the forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that left SL9 incident that the SL9 incident left behind.
Well, what about your brother?
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother?
50.
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
highest honor, you mean the...
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. I want to know how you got those scars.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean, Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
Gant and Sky?
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky.
Flashback.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to... Oh, fuck.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. Oh, what the hell?
You okay?
Hold on. I have to restart the stream.
Okay, yeah.
She's never been the same since she's left. For everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. And that someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Wait, is that the first time he's taken the cap off that thing?
Good question.
Was he just pantomiming drinking from his flask?
Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Well. Let's go to criminal affairs. This place is pretty empty, but usually is, but it's empty and deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's a lot more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Yeah. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building, and take the elevator to the top floor. Yeah, it's right there.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we're not police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. What?
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Well. Wow. He just leaves his massive organ on display for everyone to see.
Yeah. Wow. Do you think he's playing the piano? Or it's one of those self-playing ones?
I think it's an auto player. Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? How the fuck they get it up here?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I never could remember where C was.
Hmm? Oh, it's you two. Police Chief Gant! Put that paper he's reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? He's Australian again now, as opposed to Cockney. No, I haven't. I've been, kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that.
I've had my hands full too, what with Miss Marshall's misconduct, and Miss Lena's provocative statement. Hey, wasn't rather provocative, hey, righto.
Why are you? We're not friends.
Provocative. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years ago passed since that incident. And oh, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall there?
No.
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and I. So this is
Wow, I
Miss
could have never
Marshall.
pieced that together that it was Lana.
Cole, I think that's Edgeworth there on the far right.
Now that's definitely Detective Will Bowers. That's right, I was a detective 2 years ago.
Well, damn.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Was he fucking JFK?
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. I mean, I can. Rather obvious.
Anyways, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh.
Did your accent change or something?
Why do you sound different? But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
Seems that the case isn't over yet. Not after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
Either that or he's got his porn stacks laying around in the open. Doesn't want us to realize he is a subscriber to Trap Monthly. Alright, well, first of all, what are these two talking about today? Colin must be a detective. So I cuff the loud, right? You know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. Listen to stuff. They make a good pair. Alright, here. Hey, Edgeworth. We're visiting. He isn't here. Maybe he's being investigated.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
Alright, well, what about the Edgeworth crisis? Why'd he be blamed? It's not like he knew. Well, this guy's a guilty one here, isn't he?
Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court.
So what you're saying is we're gonna overturn the verdict in the Darky case? So Darky can walk a free man? Is that what you're saying, Gumshoe?
Yeah.
Right, I don't know how to say this, but Darkin was already executed. Ooh.
Oh, not only that. But as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Really? Oh, that's you.
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that...
He also, rumor around the offices, he's got a fat cock.
It's true, I've seen it. In the showers.
Oh, it's not even a rumor anymore, it's confirmed.
Nah, it's confirmed. Want to see a picture?
Officer, that's illegal.
Whatever.
What do you mean, whatever? That's disgusting.
What? But he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
I know a better recipe. You go in to Toyotathon, and you say you prefer Honda Days. Yeah,
Okay.
that's how you make enemies better than anything else.
That's dumb. Anyways, back to what
You're
we're
dumb.
doing. Yep. Sure am. Fucking idiot, might I add.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! What'd you just call me?
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat!
Yes, sir.
And we'll be going to Burger King!
Yes, sir.
We're not going to lunch anymore. That was a test and you failed at Gumshoe.
You...
It's gonna come out of your paycheck. You just gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems like you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
What about the incident?
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, you find anything out?
The only evidence Darky left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You don't mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Himself.
Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon.
I feel like the fact that he left his unconscious body with his knife stuck in the back of the victim, Neil Marshall, is pretty conclusive evidence.
Yeah, you'd think so, but honestly, it's not.
In what world is that not conclusive, damning evidence?
How do we know how the knife got there? Maybe Neil Marshall put it there himself. No one saw it.
Maybe he always had it there.
Yeah, we didn't. No one saw it. Maybe that's the case.
That's asinine, Detective.
Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here.
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon.
That's right, Emma.
It might jog his memory.
What about his crimes?
Joe Darky was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
What kind of animal?
A rabid dog. I don't fucking know. An animal. Kid walked by him too, so he killed him too. Then there were his barren bodies. Dog came up to see him. He was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Killed a man with his car. Killed someone who saw it. Killed someone who saw him see it. Who saw the person getting killed. Killed a kid who came by who was walking by. Saw another guy. Killed him anyway. Had a popsicle.
Passed out. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in.
Yeah, that's right, me.
Yeah, he did, pal. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall.
That sounds incredibly out of character for the man. He accidentally killed someone, had a domino chain of effect, turned himself in, but then he decided to freak out and go and kill someone else?
Yes.
Wait a minute. The real question of this is, it said that the Marshals, Goodman, and Starr were investigating this case and they couldn't find anything, right? But it sounds like, from the turn of events, that all this happened in the span of like 6 hours.
What it sounds like.
Yeah, this don't add up.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Darky was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
Yeah, that last witness. Otherwise known as the girl right in front of you. Look at the knife. About this.
Hey, is that?
Has the attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. Or at least this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker.
Scientifically speaking, of course.
Of course. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was.
It was a gun!
When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Forget what again?
Fuck.
The knife was Joe Darky's knife, was it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus it had his fingerprints on it, too.
Again, it sounds like this was just a chain of events. And not pre-planned. Why? What?
Yeah.
I understand that they're trying to prove that, you know, it probably wasn't Dark and, you know, it was someone else, but, I mean, it's like, Phoenix, you're really not questioning this.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at that knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Darky's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive.
Sound back dart from punctured heart and lung. The knife tip was in the wound. Knife was updated.
Oh, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it doesn't concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
Why did you say it like that?
What do you mean?
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh.
Oh.
Sorry, pal.
It's alright, pal. I don't plan on it.
Because I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
He's a dead guy.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our last chance, our best hope. Oh dear.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind.
A lunchbox. I'd be willing to be fired for steak.
The perfect crime.
Alright. What bush? Oh yeah.
About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere.
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Well, I mean, I could yell at you like I'm the chief. Chief can't.
Where could I have seen that before?
Alright, what do I do here? Just because we've been going on for a while, it's like I don't want to be dicking around too long. If this case was more entertaining as a whole, I would be fine with, you know, doing like I did back in high school and figuring this out on my own. But, nah.
Oh my god, there's so much fucking more. What the fuck?
Oh, god damn it.
There's actually a lot more. Because we gotta go talk to... We gotta do a lot of shit with Edgeworth.
Yep.
We then gotta talk to Angel Star again. We gotta go back to Gumshoe. Go to Gumshoe again. Then go to the fucking office. Then go to the detention center.
So 7 things in total.
There's a lot to do. I say we just cut our losses now. And just resume next to it.
Alright, yeah, I mean, it's been about 4 hours. Actually, it's exactly been 4 hours.
Yeah.
So, alright, in that case, we'll deal with this shit next time. God, I hate this this chapter case, whatever,
So
so much.
fucking long.
That's
Like,
the
even
problem.
the ladder in the ladder games aren't this long.
No, even like the 5th trial of the 3rd game, it's not this long.
This one is just so fucking long.
Ugh. Alright, let's just say goodbye.
Yeah, say goodbye.
Goodbye.